Okay, hello please. Are we here? Okay. Let's continue blending biomes. That's what I'll be working on today. Forget, as always, where I was at. Oh, I think I need to... Yes, okay, yeah, so I was working on just coming up with a different set of noise. And I think I want to turn off the PCG stuff. That definitely takes up a lot of bandwidth there. And I also reduced my view distance, so we can iterate a little bit faster here. Maybe I can also turn off the water. That probably doesn't really matter that much. So I'm just gonna click play. What are we working with? Yeah, I should probably find a pretty good seed too to test the altitude differences. This one's not too bad, but I would like a seed where I can actually see like high, mid, and low. It's storming so bad outside right now. let's just search for a seed here real quick. Seed 72. Okay. Next one, 82. This one might be good actually. I think I actually need the longer view distance. I just can't see enough. And I can't just be... I want to iterate quickly on this stuff, because I just need to come up with, like... I wonder if I should do, like, a min and max. For ranges and stuff. We'll just come up... what do I want to do right now? So I'm thinking like maybe I'll want to do noise parameter ranges for my different biome terrains. I mean, this is good middle ground and low ground. Is there like... because this is close to 1 over here. If I spawn... how far can I see? What is my, like, chunk radius? Is this 0, 0? Yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can see 8 chunks radius. Which, 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. So I can see out to 8, 0. You know what? Maybe I could draw that. That could be kind of cool. How would I draw that on here? It's kind of a side quest. Don't know if I want to go off and do that just yet. Actually, if I went like right... if my view distance is like that, if I went like right here... that may be... well... we'll see. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. What is my location now? I'm fidgeting. I can just do negative. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a really good spot for testing. So maybe I'll, where do I spawn the character at? It's probably in the procedural terrain subsystem. Where do I... Player spawn info, right? Oh no, I call get player spawn location. Okay. They're gonna just update that with these values. Z doesn't matter because we figure out the Z here. Okay, so we're just gonna do that. Let's run live coding and we'll restart that, see if it works. Does it spawn me in the right location? I've actually never... okay, well it doesn't spawn me on the ground, so that's no bueno. Da ist no bueno. Why doesn't it do that? I mean, this is good enough for now, because I'll just pause and zoom out, you know? At least I don't have to teleport. I'm actually not quite... I'm not quite close enough. Oh no, I'm back at like 0. Huh, okay. I'm actually not where I wanted to spawn, so that didn't work at all. Yeah, this is where I wanted to spawn, because I can see some high ground up here, some middle ground, and some low ground. Why did it teleport me back? Why is found location always at 0? Can we restart that? Here it is. Could not. That's not even logged. Okay, on-train loaded implementation. Okay, so that's just not fucking working at all, somehow. I mean, I'm assuming what's happening is terrain spawning at 0, because it assumes the player is going to be there. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to do this. Well, let me look at the endless terrain real quick. Oh yeah, I can test it in the editor. Forgot I did that. Does it still work? No, it doesn't. Endless terrain is null because begin play has not happened. Okay, so I suppose we'll just put that there. We only really generate the map data once anyway. So yeah, just put all those in there. Yeah, and I added a ton of new assets to my project, and now my launcher looks like this. Which is kind of annoying that this asset pack just kind of hijacked that. Okay, let's try to run this again, see what else crashes. Is in game thread. I can't get actor of class. Are you serious? Oh. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, we'll test it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Set that back. I guess let me briefly look into whether or not the player spawn locations are actually. Because it should be. I thought I had a function or something. I guess I didn't put it in a function. It's just all in here. Okay, so let me put a breakpoint there. I would like to see what order things happen in, and then let me put a breakpoint also there. Okay, we gotta restart the engine again. We're off to a great start here. We're getting a lot done. I wonder if I should re-enable my, I say re-enable, but like fix my test level. Because I had it at one point set up to where I could like change things and it would re-render the chunk live each time I changed something, which was very nice for testing. Okay, what are our player controllers? It's empty. Player controllers is empty. Okay, the next run through, player controllers, we have one. Okay, where is it? Where is your location? Suppose that's like deep, like an actor probably. Or maybe, So there's a bunch of nulls in here. Great. Okay, so that's obviously not doing what I wanted to. It is toasty in my house right now. You know what? Do I want to? I should probably fix this. I should probably fix this. How would it be null? How would I end up adding... God, I don't feel like fixing this right now. We'll just find a better... We will just find a better spawn, or a better seed. Okay, seed 100. Okay, terrible seed. Seed 110. Interesting. Did I make these too flat? You know, I'm looking for a seed that has like a good combination of low, middle, and high ground, all within the spawn distance, the spawn location. This ain't bad. Doesn't look too bad. This is really just low and mid, although it isn't a bad seed. Yeah, it's quite flat. It's quite flat. I should mess with the altitude multiplier curve. So that's kind of crazy. Multiplier is 0. Which means it's completely flat. I don't... Right? If I'm thinking about this correctly. I don't know that I want it to be completely flat. That looks very plain. I just want it to be... So let's... And if I take these up there... Okay, a little too high, maybe. What happened here? Why is this an issue? Skip? Okay, so I think this should probably go back down to something quite low. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't, there's like 0 beach now, so I kind of do have to put that at 0, don't I? Or something like that, right? The interior looks okay, but the coastlines, yeah, this definitely needs to be like 0. There we go. Yeah, and that way it's not, it's just flat towards the beach. We get some hills. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so back to our search for a better seat. Okay, that one's bad. Okay, 139. Seed 139. Also bad. Okay, 174. Okay, this is a lot of land. Still not what I'm looking for a test area. Yeah, it's just a lot of medium. That's just a lot of medium. Okay, 242. This is going to be a good one. I like this number. It's a good number. No, it's probably not. No. 293. Thought it was going to be a good one. I was really feeling it. Okay, 293 is bad. 340. 340 is also bad. We are seed hunting. Hunting for seeds. Okay, this has potential. No, we got a little bit of high ground, but no low ground. Okay, 497. Okay, this might be good. Okay, this is probably the best we're gonna get. We got a tiny little bit of low ground, we got a tiny bit of high ground, mostly middle ground. This will be about as good as we get. Okay, now it's chilly. Now it's super chilly. Okay, so this is going to be our test seed. Pop that out, go over there. So we're just going to be changing some of these values around until we get something usable. So I mean, should I be trying to go for certain biomes? I know there's a way I can do like a swampy biome. Yeah, that didn't really change much. Lacanarity is 0. I think I want to go up, actually. Lacanarity, let's do 2. I think I started at 2, right? Or did I start at 1? I might have started at 1. Lacanarity increases like the... persistence is like the amount of white noise, right? Persistence is like how globby it is, I think. What is that? I mean, what is lacanarity? It's a measure of how patterns fill space. Patterns with larger gaps have higher lacanarity. Persistence determines how much each octave contributes to the overall structure of the noise map. Why did octaves 1? This would be like really smooth, right? If I click, hang on, I'm curious what would happen. Well, let me change a parameter first. Go back to octaves 4. Throws an error. I was hoping that that would just magically re-render things without having to stop and start. Alas, that does not seem to be the case. So let's take persistence down to 0.1. What does this look like? Okay. So let's turn down the height multiplier to like half. Let's do persistence 1. Okay, persistence 1 is way too much. Lacinarity, take that back down to 2. Okay, how does this feel? Does this feel like a swamp? Or marsh or something like that? Or wetlands? Let's do persistence. Lacinarity, make it even lower. I kind of drastically changed it. .5. So a swamp is really when like persistence is at 1, or at its highest, right? I wonder if I should just do random, completely random everything. Or at least random ranges. And what happens if I take noise scale down to 1? What happens? How weird is this going to look? And then, like, you know, whenever the random values turn out to be something that looks... Oh my god. Okay, so yeah. It's going to be a minimum noise scale. 10? Yeah, and then whenever I come across one that looks okay, I'll, like, save it or something, you know? Okay, yeah, that's still not... If I take persistence down to 0.2, lacinarity down to 2, does it still look that bad? Oh my god. So it would be cool. So I wonder, actually. Lacinarity is a negative number. What happens? It would be cool if this wasn't so much, and this just developed like a very corridory type zone. This would be a very annoying zone to build on. I had this at like 250, right? Oh no, I wouldn't call this a swamp. Would I? Yeah, I really need some way to... If I'm gonna do it this way, I really need some test level that I can iterate quickly on. This is definitely more swampy, isn't it? Like a Swamp of Sorrows type. Area. God, I mean, this just has like no features. Yeah, I feel like my options here are either to, yeah, make that the test level work, probably with multiple chunks as well. I mean, that's pretty swampy, right? Well, the middle ground still doesn't really have much. I kind of feel like I'm just shooting in the dark a lot here. There, this is much swampier. This is like a hilly swamp. I kind of liked the one a little bit better here, and then maybe I'll just I took noise scale down to 400. Actually, what would 400 look like? Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna have legs, we can't have it that big, right? Gotta have a good amount of terrain in the zone as well. I kind of like the smaller noise. Maybe just take the height multiplier down to like 30. Oh, no, that's really flat. Yeah, I mean this is a decent swamp, right? Swampy terrain noise. Yeah, I think I definitely need to set up my test level better for this, or else it's going to be quite difficult for me to iterate. I wonder if I should yeah, what do I want to do here? Because I definitely want to get working on the blending algorithm for this. And I guess for each, like, I can't do a swamp biome in like a really high area. So biome component, my biome zone, I guess it's going to need, I should change the names as well. I should randomly generate names. Terrain noise, F terrain, or it's U terrain noise data. But I think I'll want like an average altitude. I want like an average altitude of the chunk. Yeah, what do I want to do next with this? Because I guess I'll need some sort of array of possible biomes or possible noises, and then for each biome I'll need to select an appropriate noise for it once the biome is created, and then the chunk will render with that noise selected from the biome zone. So I guess I can do like on oh, God, I played pickleball today for the first time in a long time, and I'm fucking tired. Jesus Christ. So I guess, okay, I think I know, I have an idea in my head. And that idea is to do a, I guess, let me actually see if this works. Let me get, where is my terrain chunk? Okay, can't generate code in there. That's kind of annoying. Anyways, generating code, overriding members, post edit change properties. So does this work? Post edit. This alternate version of post edit change is called when properties inside structs are modified. So what is just post edit change? Let me Google it. Unreal Engine post edit change. Okay. Dude, what is this fucking documentation? Jesus. But I guess that's it's a delegate? And so I guess I would bind to... Okay, I think the delegate might actually be what I want. So, on init, after I get the... I have the world map. Do I not reference the biome component at all in here? I guess I don't. So my idea is to, whenever this chunk's biome property changes, biome terrain, so I'm gonna have to like drill down all the way like this, world map, biome component, create that field, use property, just empty, make that private as well. Where's the world? Where is this one at? These can actually probably all be private. So, biome components, post edit change. Post edit change property. Is that an actual function? This is not a delegate. Okay. So how would I like subscribe? What is propagate? I was supposed to change on all instances based on blah 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 blah. Okay, I thought it said it was a delegate or something. What was this talking about? Supposed to change property. It says, I mean, I looked at that one, right? Biome component. Oh, I need to like get chunk biome, right? Yeah, when was this? This was 2016. Okay, so I guess it was probably a completely different ecosystem back then. I guess I would just make my own delegate though, right? Yeah, okay, so I guess I'm just gonna have to bubble up. I'm gonna have to overwrite it here. What is property changed event? Of course, it's not like whatever emits this event is not public, so I'm gonna have to essentially. Okay, so we can probably get the name of the property, change type. What is the change type? Come on, Ryder, you can do better than that. Hello, please. Duplicate, interactive, reader. God, there's so many types. Value set. What do all what does it all mean, Batman? I guess I'll probably just log some of this. Member, the member property of the object. This property is the struct property. Oh, so does this go for all subsets as well? So hang on, let's just write a log here. Hey, it's Polycube, how you doing? Been a while. Yes, yes. Import all that. Would this have a good name? Maybe. I don't care. We're just gonna log that. So I'm gonna copy that here and then also in the terrain chunk. Well, it's not a property on the terrain chunk, I suppose. What am I working on? Okay, so I recently, over the past week, I had figured out how to blend altitudes together between, like, every chunk has an altitude, right? And so I had blended all the chunks together smoothly in between the altitudes, which is great. But what I've unlocked is actually the ability to blend anything in my terrain for all these chunks. And so now what I'm kind of going on a journey to blend different sets of noise together, such that each biome will have its own set of noise, and it will blend to the next biome. And that way they can be, you know, you can have a swampy biome, you know, a grasslands biome, a mountain biome, that kind of stuff. But the kind of like sub-step to that is I have to iterate a lot and come up with what these noise parameters are going to be for each of these zones. So I'm trying to find quick ways to do that. And I've kind of tinkered with the idea of maybe just like, you know, randomly coming up with the noise parameters and like seeing if it's good. And very, very specifically what I'm doing right now is looking at this post-edit change property function, which gets called whenever you change a property in the editor. And I'm thinking that I'll just make my terrain chunks re-render whenever I change a noise property, essentially. And so that'll prevent me from needing to stop the game, change the parameters, play the game, wait for everything to render all over again. This way it'll kind of happen more asynchronously, and I won't have to stop and start so much. And it'll help me visually see the differences between the noises a lot better. That's what I'm hoping at least. Not quite. I was in C++ hell last week, but it was actually math hell. That's funny because I got the math right, my code was wrong. And because I was very unconfident in my math abilities, I just kind of wrote off what would have been a correct answer. And the fix was changing an int to a float. That's where I fucked up. But we're past that now, we're moving on. Greener pastures are ahead. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out right now how this function works. I hate math as well, and I don't really have a good college education either. I dropped out not even halfway through. I can't make it a pointer because it's a struct. Okay, I think I may have to leave it like that then. So no U property there. Does that mean the pointer's gonna get garbage collected? But the object itself won't because it's a struct somewhere, so maybe I don't have to worry about that. Okay, we're going to slap one of these in terrain chunk as well. Okay, we're going to have to restart the engine here as well. And I'm just wondering how these interact with each other, because I think what I may have to do is create like my own delegate inside these. What is holding all my terrain data, noise data, is a data asset class. So I may need to create a delegate on that for whenever it changes. The terrain chunk can kind of subscribe to that delegate, to the changes. Okay, let's clear all the logs and stuff, get that out of here. And then let's see how this happens whenever I change stuff. So this is, I tinkered a little bit. This is my swampy biome noise. And so I guess this is actually a property on endless terrain now. So I think I'll actually need some additional infrastructure set up, some additional refactors. Because right now there's just one noise for all of the terrain. Okay, so I think on world map then, on my world map data, I should create an array of those noises to choose from. Array of U terrain noise data. Pointer. Kind of busy right now, but I'll be here next time. See you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here, Goden. You go do your thing, mate. Thanks for stopping by, though. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And yeah, this isn't necessarily... Okay, and then I guess whenever... So I have that in my... I suppose it'll be in the biome component. I should assign... Whenever I create each biome. And I guess in my terrain noise data, I think what I'll want to have also is like a... I want to put these at the bottom. Put those at the bottom. And put those in a category called curves. Yeah. And so this should be like min required altitude. Make that 0. Then I'll also want to have a max required altitude as well. Default that to 1. So that's everything right now. I'm not going to use those now, but I think I'll want those in the future. Okay, so let's go to my... Handle biome zone creation, calculate border spline, calculate zone border entrances. I guess what step do I want to pick out a noise for the biome, or for the zone? Would that ever influence, would it ever merge biomes that are too small? Recalculate border chunks, so it should definitely happen at least right here. Do I want it to happen before I calculate border splines? Would I ever want the terrain noise to affect the border spline? Let's just do it at the end for now. And I guess it could be easily movable. Yeah, call this something like set biome noise datas. Maybe just set biome noise data. Yeah, create that member function. We can probably just move this all the way to the bottom. How out of order are all? Get max spline point distance. Where am I using this from? It's underneath calculate border spline. And they're both from called from in here. Why did I make that should be a private under there? Put it right there. Is zone entrance chunk Its zone entrance point. Get directional indexes. Where is this one used at? I'm trying to just like... This one's not used at all, is it? No, it's not. It's used in map generator. Let's just put it right here. Yeah. There we go. Right there. Calculate zone entrance point. No, that's not what I wanted. What the hell did I call that function? Set biome noise data. Let's say select biome noise data. That's a tad more descriptive of what I'm doing here. It most certainly will not be static, so for each rather, let's do a for I for biome zones. Okay, so we have the biome zone. Yeah, I guess skip the black ones, the oceans. Skip the oceans, or skip consumed biomes. And then I guess I'll just get a random, we'll create a random stream. Seeded, of course. Yeah, then I guess each time I access this stream, it's going to be as if I'm adding I to the seed, so I don't necessarily need to like regenerate the stream each time. F rand range? No, just F. No, just rand range. And so this should be I'll need to get the the number terrain noise data dot num. Yep, and that'll essentially be what I want. But I called it terrain noise. And then I can do some additional checks here for if the altitudes are worthy or not. Anything else I want to do here? Is that basically it? Hi, buddy. How you doing? Is Moxie barking? Is she barking? Where's she barking at? The thunder? Or is there doggies outside? Moxie. Come here, sweetie. Isn't that a cute puppy? Look at this little guy. Moxie, stop it. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's all I want to do for now, and then my terrain chunk. Moxie, stop! So I have my biome zone, and then I guess I would want to subscribe to its, like, delegate or whatever, if I were to create that. Or its terrain noise. So declare multicast delegate. Probably just one param, and that param would be. I'm kind of preemptively changing this, or creating this. So actually, scrap that for now. I didn't finish my thought with the noise data. So rather than using the endless terrain noise data, so let's just comment that out for now, and then we'll see what goes red, basically. We'll name it the same to make the change easier. I guess I want to make biome zone public. Still doesn't need to be a U property. Okay, so now we're in the map generator. I do have an instance of the biome component here, so I can just do biome components. Biome components get chunk biome for the chunk cord, right? There we go. There we go. Okay, back to my search. I think that's probably all of it, right? Okay. Okay. So now we're using the biome zone terrain noise data everywhere. I hope. So let's rebuild that. Quick potty break for me, and then we'll keep going. I click run ad. I have no idea if it actually ends up running an ad or not, and I'm actually surprised this compiled. Well, that's nice. I'm just gonna click play, see what happens. Right, okay, yeah, there's nothing in there. I should have fucking thought about that. New plugins. Yes, so in my world map, terrain noise datas, we're going to add 2 defaults and not default and swampy. So this, I feel like this actually will work, but it's gonna, where the borders, where the biomes connect, it didn't work. So ignore me. Why is this null? Chunk coordinate is 6, 1. Bit chunk biome. Why? Oh, right, so this is a... Okay, so I guess everything... I guess the ocean ones do probably need a... Okay. Fuck it, we won't filter any. We'll just set biomes on all of them. Which, where is it? Here it is. Just do it for all of them. Fuck it. Okay. Will it crash now? Wait, did those save? Oh, okay, they did. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so immediately our borders do not line up at all. But we do have different noises. That's pretty cool, right? Right? Okay, so now is where we can get into the blending of things if we wanted to. I suppose, should I do that now, or should I do that? Yeah, I should probably do that now. I should take care of the blending now. And that is what my stream title is, so let's do that. Okay. So I guess what I'll need to do... Let's get rid of some of these. I'm not using... Most of these I am not going to use at all. World map, illness terrain, put terrain chunk right after that. Biome components, get rid of that. LOD mesh, don't really need that either. Okay. A little bit of housekeeping here. I wish I had a way to just automatically have the header files open on the left side always, and CPP on the right. That would be really nice. I'm sure there's a way to write a plugin for that. Okay, so get that out of the way. So here is my nasty function. But I suppose I'll need to write another function here. Call this extract like what? Extract noise height? Because what I'm going to want to do here is I need to calculate the so I have the world chunk vert and the chunk coordinate in question. So I suppose I suppose here what I need to do is F biome zone, yes, do that. And then I need to get the biome zone terrain noise data. And so then I just need a function to... I basically need to put the rest of this into a function. Right? Yeah, okay, so I can picture this in my head pretty well. So let me do my best attempt at explaining this out loud. So, what I'm trying to do is blend between two different noises. Perhaps, right? It could just be one noise, and it's going to be dependent on, for each vert, in each chunk, for each neighbor chunk, if it's a different noise, blend between it. And what that's going to require is for me to essentially get what this vertex in question's height would be if using that other noise data. So And to do that, I essentially need to put all of this into a reusable function. Float. Yeah, it's a float UMap generator. This is going to be get, or I'll just, let me say generate revert height. Because that's all we're doing here, right? Put all that in there. And it's going to need a U terrain noise data. And I guess a noise map value initially, right? And so this will be const float. Just make it a float. I don't need it to be const float noise map value. So just kind of like the initial value. Ooh, okay, I guess I'll need to pass in a lot into this function. The neighbor chunk locations, world chunk location, extract altitude. And I guess I could just inline this function, right? I mean, what is the? Because I know in like, whenever I was a React dev, creating a lambda function on the render loop was like, you just kind of had to keep that in mind, that there is some bandwidth taken up by just creating the function itself. If I put that in the header file, can I access it? Maybe I can't. I know, I've never tried that before. Border splines, chunk cord, yeah, I mean, I would need to pass all that in there, right? Pass it by const ref so we don't copy it. Same going to be for border splines. Otherwise there's going to be some bandwidth every time we call this. Then that would just leave the chunk coordinates, which I suppose we can chunk cord, yeah, I suppose we can just calculate calculate the world chunk location equals chunk coordinate. I mean, endless terrain should really just be should have a function for this. Something like that, right? So I do this in too many places. Should be chunk cord. Yeah, and then we'll need it's going to be an F vector 2, but we'll want to transform it to a F vector 3. There we go. Okay, so that's all filled out now. Might as well make that const while we're at it. Okay. So before we go any further, let's update this function. I think I want to change the order of this a little bit. Yeah, something like that. World vert location. Noise map, yes. Biome, yes. Come on, Copilot. Oh, you're doing so good. Oh, good job, Copilot. Let's change this to chunk cord. Okay, so let's make sure all that still works. That's kind of a big change. Oh, circular dependency. Okay, what is it? Map generator includes world map, which includes map generator. Okay, so we'll forward declare a U map generator. Map generator includes world map. Which includes terrain chunk, which includes map generator. World map. World map includes terrain chunk? What does it include terrain chunk for? What? Yeah, get rid of that. Why is that in there? Ah. Wait, what happened here? Oh, the fall off sides. Which I guess I'm not using anymore, right? So we can just delete that. That was in terrain chunk, the fall off sides were? Wait, stop that. That wasn't the debug button. Non-static member can't have auto. Okay. What type is it supposed to be? If I copy and paste it in here, it should tell me, right? Can I copy that type? Or can I just, can I do something like... Does that work? Yeah, we can include it in the CPP file. Not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, off to the races. Let's see how bad this got messed up. Okay, so this looks pretty much the same as what we had before. So that's good. That is good. Let me look at the map real quick. Yeah, here we are. There we are. Okay, so that works. Okay, back to the map generator. Now that that works, I need a function for extract extract noise height or something like that. And it's going to be biome component chunk good chunk biome. Why can't I access that in there? I'm doing this completely wrong. Just return 0 to get it to shut up there for a second. So I need the... Ooh, I need a lot of things, actually. This lambda may need to be inlined. It's Saturday. Who the hell is requesting logs access right now? Just work things. This is actually going to be kind of tricky, right? No, it should be fine. Yeah, I should only need to... Okay, we're good, I think. We're good. Alright, this will need to be inlined, or else it's just going to be a pain in the ass. And those two things are basically the neighbor chunk locations and border splines. That's why I have to inline this. And then do I just like, what do I do for the noise map value? Right, because that's just like the starter value. Do I need to even inline this per vertex, I think? Yeah, I think we will. So I think this actually needs to go in here. Should this be new val? Or should it be noise map val? Noise map value. Because really we're just rerunning this same function, but with the neighbor chunks terrain noise data. And what that's going to give us is going to be, we're going to basically get this vertex's location for two different noises. And then we're going to use that with each neighbor biome around it, and then do the weighted average sum to blend it. So we're going to do this. Apply biome noise blending. Okay, and so this is going to be, rather than extract altitude, extract noise height. And this is not going to be an altitude modifier, this is going to be blended height. Do that at the very end. I think I can probably just run live coding here. Okay, maybe not. Let's rebuild it just to make sure there's no fuckiness. Did I do this right? Do I want to use the original noise map value, or do I want to pass in the new... Hang on, I think I want to do this. Yeah. I think I want to do that. Do I? No, I don't. Change it back. I want to do new val equals New plus equals blended height, right? Thinking here, what? What do I need here? So it's like I have the final value. Do I even need all this shit? I mean, I think I only need it. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to refactor a lot more. Yeah, because this is where I come up with that. Yeah, okay. So I have to do this in there as well. Wait, I'm doing this per chunk though, right? Yeah. So I guess I am gonna have to change more. How do I want to do this? Because, yeah, it's really just the... I really don't need it all the way at the bottom, I don't think. I mean, at least the border mountains can go last, I'm quite sure. And yeah, if I'm not adding here, then yeah, obviously I'm not using the previous values. And so the blended height would not take into account the altitude at this point, because I have to think about what exactly I'm fucking doing. This makes sense on some level, but it doesn't on others. Blend two neighbors, weighted average. And so this should return the height, but I guess... I don't know if I'll need to do this before or after the... I'm really, because that would not have worked. Because I'm just generating a... This is the noise map. This is actually where the noise is applied, for the most part. And then I put the height curve there, which may as well just happen in there. So, generate noise map. Does this have to happen? Max possible height. Why do I need that? Normalized height. What am I doing here? This is before I knew Unreal Engine very well and I was doing shit like that. Okay, so yeah, let's start extracting this into a function as much as possible. I think eventually what I'll... And I want this to return, yeah, a float. This is going to be... Generate noise value? Oh god, is it going to do it for me? How crazy would that be? No, that's not even being used. What? Yeah, because that all has to happen first, and so I guess maybe this is a good time to rename all this. Tremix, how you doing, mate? Welcome. Okay, no, just rename it. I don't care about const. Berlin value, okay. You've caught me in the middle of a bit of a refactor. Trying to blend these noises together. I need to extract this out a little bit. I need a function basically to call per vertex. And right now this is iterating over all vertexes. Let me go through it all and normalize the height. I guess I could pull this out into the... I may just get rid of this my noise class and have this rather be included in the map generator class. Yeah, what do I want to pull out here? I mean, I guess this. I want everything inside the loop. I need size. Let's just copy all the params and then get rid of the ones I don't want. Seed and center. Which do you recommend, the source code version of Unreal or the one on the marketplace? Do I know what you're talking about? Do you mean like building from source on GitHub? Yeah, I wouldn't start there. I don't think, because that's like 200 gigs if I'm not mistaken. I have downloaded that once. How big is it right now? Unreal. I do have a source version of it, but I think that's just if you want to build from source, if I'm not mistaken. So I just have the one on the marketplace, and that's what I'm using. That's probably already big enough. $65 gigs for that. What is, I have a source one here. Yeah, I think this one's at least 200 gigs. I mean, if you're planning on building from source, you'll need to get the source one, the GitHub one. So if you know that you'll be modifying the source code. But if not, I would say stick with the auto download one. Every time I use Unreal, my computer seems to not handle it. I have free space and high-end parts. What do you mean by not handle it? What's happening? Everything is laggy. And you're saying that you have the hardware to run it. I mean, when was the last time you tried a fresh install? Have you fresh installed recently? Trying to think of what would cause that. You have free space on your drive. So, do you have it on a different drive than your C drive? And is your C drive getting full? Because I know Unreal Engine caches a ton in your app data directories. So. And yeah, I had to buy like a whole new SSD to like put Unreal Engine on because it was taking up so much space on my C drive. And eventually I think it just got weird when that happened. It's on your main C drive, and so you're saying, I guess you're saying the C drive has plenty of space on it. And it's laggy every time. The 30, like what's your frame rate? Like, have you toggled on the? Of course, I don't have it open right now. But there's a setting you can like search performance in the editor settings or something. You can like toggle on a little FPS meter in the top right. And I usually have that on. It's like 30 to 60 on runtime. Okay, so that's actually not bad. You might check if you have a max FPS setting. I think there's a setting for max editor FPS or something like that. There might be a background setting as well. So I would check what that's set to. And I assume this is just with a blank project, or like a starter template project. The Unreal Engine starter pack bubble, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would check if there's any like max frame rate or FPS settings that are set to something undesirable. Takes a while for materials to load as well. What kind of drive? Is it a hard? It's not a hard drive, is it? It's like an SSD or an M.2, something like that, NVMe? If it's a hard drive, that might be your issue. It's an M.2. Okay, yeah. So your read speeds shouldn't be an issue. And like, have you checked your have you checked, like, is your system using all its available bandwidth? Like, is your GPU maxed out and your CPU is maxed out while it's running? Or is there, like, plenty of bandwidth for it to do its thing? It has plenty of leg room. Huh. I don't think I have two different versions installed on my machine as well. I don't think that would be the issue. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, did you check for that max FPS settings? Once I get this to compile, I'll boot it up as well to see. Can this compile? I mean, have you searched on Google for anything? I mean, 30 to 60 frame rate, that doesn't sound... Yeah, I'm wondering if you just have like a setting somewhere. Editor preferences. So, is it project settings? I would check if this is toggled right here, if you have fixed frame rate. I would check this section. And also I would check the performance in a standalone run of the game. And if it's completely fine in the standalone launched game rather than the play in editor launched game, then you know the problem is the editor is doing something. And yeah, I would check the settings, play around with these. It seems like it's just or maybe you actually might have a capped frame rate on your graphics card settings. So check the NVIDIA control panel as well. See if you have Unreal Engine capped there. It's both in standalone and the editor, and the FPS is not capped. And neither your GPU or CPU is maxed out. I mean, is anything maxed out? Your RAM, maybe? Your disk write or read? What am I using this for? Okay, this is doing nothing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wish I had more ideas for you. Yeah, I mean, I guess my next course of action would be to reinstall the engine or something. And then if that was the same deal... I mean, I don't think reformatting Windows would do anything, honestly. You can try. That's like the last-ditch effort, though, you know? Is this even doing any... So this amplitude is not even doing anything. I'm just kind of like reusing the variable, I guess. I mean, I guess what I would be doing in your position is just searching like Unreal Engine low FPS, even though hardware isn't maxed out or something like that, and just like start trying common solutions that people have found. And why am I max possible height? Okay. So I'm doing something with this normalized height that's important, I suppose. Is this fucked up now? This is probably fucked up. Okay, so yeah, we can... before I do that... comment that out. It's definitely not working yet. Okay, let's see how bad I've messed things up so far. And then I'm going to start refactoring that one function. What is this? Oh, I commented out the wrong thing. Okay, one more time. Yeah, I feel like I remember not being happy with like the plan editor frame rate, and then I changed some of those settings. But that doesn't sound like what you're going through. If the standalone is also that way. I mean, is there like a max frame rate in here somewhere? I don't know. Okay, so we're pretty good there. Yeah, those aren't lining up because they're two different noises. But if you imagine, you can imagine two different. Look at these different noises. Okay, so let's start refactoring this noise thing. First of all, yeah, we're not using frequency outside of this function. Amplitude. Let's just put a 1 on this. Amplitude 1. Then I want to get rid of that to see if that does anything. So live coding on that. We'll rerun the editor. See if anything broke. Seems totally fine. Seems totally fine. Yeah, so let's see what the normalized height did. Do I need that anymore? This is like one of the first things I wrote. Like almost 2 years ago now. Okay, so the normalized height did seem to do something. Interesting. I mean, do I give a shit about like, why was I normalizing the height? Because I'm pretty sure what I can do is just, in my default array noise, my height multiplier is 10. So let's take that, or 100. Let's take that down to 10. Why are you crashed? Why would that have crashed? Where's my... There it is. Am I actually using this in this class? I guess I am. I don't care about that right now. That's actually not how I should be doing that anyway. That's not how I should be doing that anyway. Just want to make sure that wasn't the thing that was causing me to crash, because I have been seeing that pop up. And I did move my curves, and that's why it's yelling at me. But I should attach the curve to the weapon. Okay, quick bathroom break. Okay. So this is without the normalized height. Okay, that didn't seem... Yeah, I guess the normalized height really makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Odd. Very odd. I mean, I turned it way down on these ones. Yeah, the normalized height changes that a lot. Okay, so normalized height is something that should happen. Which is going to be very annoying, because this is something that happens after. It happens in regards to some... Well, let's see here. Okay, never mind. I think we're okay. I thought max possible height was something that was aggregated from inside the loop, but it's not, so we're okay. We're okay. So I can calculate this probably pretty easily for each chunk. And we'll just attach that onto the chunk itself. That way we can reuse it. We don't have to loop through the octaves every single time. And then that way I can just... Noise height, amplitude, frequency... Yeah, and that only matters for iterating over the octaves of the pro noise. Alexandru, hello! How are you? How's your day been? What? Why did I put that there? I have no idea what that means anymore. Emote? Pog? Oh yeah, I was clicking around on the emotes. That was just one of the default ones. I was just looking at like how many I could have and stuff like that. Still need to find an emote artist. I wanted to ask Odd Oculus where he got his who he got his emotes done by before I made any kind of decision. Okay, so I think I know what we're gonna do. Half width, half height. Okay, so let's switch over to using this function here. Yeah, we can make that static. Moxie, bad. You gotta stop. It's just a package. It's just a package at the front door. It's okay. She protect the house, though. She's a good protector. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, she's just... screaming bloody murder because, you know, someone dropped off a package at the front door. You know how it goes. Okay. Okay, so let's make sure this still works. Oh shit, I changed something in here. Yeah, rebuild it, just rebuild it. I'm not even gonna try to make that work. It's gonna be a waste of time. We're almost there to getting our two different biomes blended. It's gonna be exciting whenever that happens. But I was kind of what I was doing before was like generating a noise map up front, and then iterating through the noise map and adjusting the values afterwards. Now I kind of need to do it all in one loop, which conventional wisdom would say is a bit more performant anyway. So yeah, I'm just trying to extract out the logic for the Perlin noise. Okay, does this still work? And here's our two, I have two different sets of noises. This is like a swampy type, and this is just my normal noise. Moxie. She's crazy. She's a crazy little doggo. She's actually an apex predator. You wouldn't know it, but Moxie, stop. I don't think I need that. If I put my noise scale at 0, I expect fucky things to happen. Okay, so now I can change that back to just amplitude. Is it a good idea to store a project in a different drive? I don't necessarily know that it's like a good or bad idea. I just put all my game dev stuff on my F drive. Just so like, if I wanted to reformat my computer, I don't have to reinstall like the engine and stuff like that. Like I try to keep everything off my C. Like my C drive is actually my smallest drive, I think. It's like a 500 gig drive or something, and that's just for like user files and like the app data cache and stuff, and then whatever applications you have installed. But most things, like any video game, I don't install any games on my C drive, and then this is all my game dev stuff. So, and I just do that. Yeah. So if I wanted to reformat my drive, I wouldn't have to reinstall everything because it's a lot. There's a lot there, right? So that's why I do that. I don't know if it's a good or a bad idea for any other reason. So you have the engine on the drive? Yeah. Yeah, so I have two different versions of the engine, and then I also have the source engine. And then here's all my projects. Okay, and so this I wanted to do on the chunk. And was I even using that? Do I use that down here? I don't, actually. Interesting, okay. Does it do any random in here? Dude, math code is nigh unreadable. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at like, what are these variable names? And of course, someone who knows what math is would know what these variables stand for, but like that's absolute nonsense to me. Okay. So, this is actually, God, oh, this might actually be a problem. The I suppose I can get the normalized height per... Let me see if I can do this here. And then pass in the max possible height. Reinstalling the engine? Yeah, let me know how that goes. I'm interested to hear what the fix is for you. Okay, does that, and then comment that out. So can I do that again? Oh, touch the header file. Oh, I hate it. God, if Epic were to invest some money into being able to iterate a little faster in C++, I would do some naughty things for them. I would do naughty things to not have to sit here and wait every time I even sniff a header file. Close it out for now. Okay, let's see what it looks like now. Do we have our normalized height still? I believe we do. I believe we do. Nice. Okay. This is already like so much fucking cleaner. Is there a I assume that's going to be the same thing. Is that the same thing? Max float. Yeah, seems to be. Seems to be. Okay. And so then I would want to take this out. So I want to put this in the chunk. Each chunk has one of those generated. Do that there. Okay, replace all those noises. And then center. Do I not have? I mean, it should be trunk position if I'm not mistaken. And it would be wherever I'm calling this from. Or rather, center is chunk chord times num square verts per chunk, which is the same as chunk position, right? Chord times num square. Okay, so chunk position. Let me put a comment on that. The center of the chunk in world space. So we can use just chunk position. There we go. Bing, bang, boom. Now we have our octaves. Do I need to like initialize? I mean, I guess. Does that make for faster iteration? Does anyone know? If you have an array and you initialize it first, and then you iterate and fill it out, is that faster than just doing that? You know, and then just doing that, you know? Unreal Engine init, array, and fill, or just add? Performance. Optimizing T-array usage for performance. I don't want to read this whole thing. By default, T-array grows and reallocates memory as items are added. Okay, under the hood, more memory is allocated periodically as more are added, but each time it does so, it must copy the elements to a new space and then free the old memory. This can be expensive, and we'd like to avoid that. There are a few things that we can do. Reserve space up front if you know how many items are going to be added. Okay, so it sounds like that does improve performance then. Normally adding elements one by one in times can cause a few reallocations and copies. But here we ensure that at most one allocation can occur by taking the current number of elements and ensuring that result can hold at least n before adding them. I know that one. I still would like some sort of like forum post or something like that. Set array element or add? This is a blueprint question. Unreal Engine C++ init array of known size performance. What does init do under the hood? Does it iterate? It does iterate. Oh, it just doesn't add. Okay, so that's got to be no different. And then what about reserve? Reserves memory such that the array can attain at least that many. Okay. Resize. So init seems like it's no different than... Although maybe there are some compiler optimizations that can take that and run it very fast because it's doing the same operation. Let's just reserve. Actually, fuck it. I'm not gonna do any of it because this is only 4. Why do I give a shit? That would be more impactful for some of my other loops, but I'll test that all at some other point. I don't want to get too in the weeds here. Okay, yeah. So, should I create a function for like generating chunk noise, chunk amplitude, or chunk octave offsets? So let's actually put this it will need to be public. Alright, I'm just gonna shove this down at the bottom. It is not an interesting function that I need grouped up with everything else. Okay. Okay, so now that we have the octave offsets for each chunk stored on the chunk, we don't need to recalculate those for every vertex when we're blending between the 2 different biomes for every neighbor chunk. And in my noise here, I will then pass those in. So it'll instead take a parameter here, and I think I could probably get rid of the center. And then max possible height will need to be 1 as well. that I pass in. I do need to know that. Okay, so that function got a lot more simple. A lot more simpler. Oh, I can also get rid of seed. Let's pass that by const ref as well. Noise data, yeah, let's not change noise data. Fuck it, everything's const except for the out noise map. Change the signature, yes, I will, yep, I'll fix everything else up. Because it's going to be in here, yep, okay, so that needs to be max possible height and octave offsets. So I'm actually going to copy those parameters and add them here, because we'll need to pass them in from the chunk, which is where this is already being called from. Yes, update the signature. Thank you, writer. Center, no longer need to calculate that there. That's kind of nice. Okay, and I won't even need to, I'm eventually going to get rid of this function. We're just kind of replacing things one piece at a time to make sure it still works. Okay, so here, max possible height we'll actually want to also have here. Initialize that to 0. There we go. Okay. And then here's where that stuff is. So max possible height can go in there, and octave offsets can go in there as well. So there's our map data. And let's quickly make sure, we need to rebuild, let's make sure that that still works. Now that we've refactored it quite a bit. Okay, we've got some to-dos. Okay, so this is for my test level, where I'm just drawing like a dummy map. What do I want to do here? I guess I should probably... Okay, so this is going to need to be a static function, actually. It's going to need to take a seed. A terrain noise data, U terrain noise data. Hi, Moxie. Yes, hi. She's pawing at my feet right now. Moxie, it's all rainy outside. We can't go outside right now. And then I suppose this would, we would want to so it's going to return to max possible height. And max height. And then I'll want to pass in a ref here. Okay, so now this can be a static function. And I guess where should I put this? So I want to use it for my test level as well. Ooh, chunk position. We'll need to, yeah, we'll need to know that as well. Yeah, F vector 2 for, I'll just call it position. And put that there. Okay, so yeah, where do I want this to be? Where do I want this to live? Should I just do it in the? Because I think I might get rid of my noise. I mean, maybe I'll just put it in there so we can just kind of keep it separated. Yeah, in the my noise class. Oh, come on, writer. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, so now that that's static, go into map display and then generate the map data. Seed. We're just gonna. Does this have a? Yeah. So seed. Yes. Not generate map data. Generate. What do I call it? It's public. Oh no, it was not map generate. My noise. Which should actually be U. Well, no, it's not a U object at all. It's just a plain C++ class. Never mind. Never mind. And so this returns max possible height. Okay, so we do that. And then let's change, yeah, get rid of that. Okay. My noise, generate, octave offsets, and max height, world map, world data.seed. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. Okay. Coordinate should be chunk position, is what it should be. Almost. Copilot almost got me. He almost had me. Almost caught me sleeping. The terrain noise data. Okay, now can we compile? Now can we compile? Okay. Now, do we have the same result here? Okay, that looks to be the same. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. Okay, so let's do the final countdown. I guess I could inline that. Well, no, I didn't want to do that. I want it tied to the chunk. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. So I want to, yeah, take this. We're not going to generate noise map anymore. Instead, well, first of all, should I just add? No, I guess I would probably need to do this in there. Let's name this map size. Well, this is like num verts, right? Map chunk size. So this, I mean, I'm doing a hard-coded value for this. So let's actually get, okay, there we go. Let's replace all usages of that, because that's not, it ain't even right. Or maybe rather just make it do endless terrain, num square verts per chunk plus 1. Let's actually rename that. Okay. So I've initialized there, then I guess I need to also do this inside the loop. If okay. I guess I wouldn't need to do that, I can just add, maybe? At Y. And I guess I wouldn't even need to have that parameter there, because I could just pass, I'm no longer going to generate the noise map. You know, just let it fail. If I don't have a height curve, make it fail. That should never be the case, and if it is, I want to know about it. Yeah, so back to my noise. Yeah, calling generate noise value with that information. And generate noise value. Remind me what this takes in. Yeah, size. Easy, and then I need X and Y if I'm not mistaken, and that information. Put that outside. Noise map value. And then pass that in there. Okay, so let's Make sure, yeah, and I'll need to rebuild. Header file nonsense. It wasn't even right. Circular dependency detected. Endless terrain includes LOD mesh. Which includes map generator, which I guess I don't need anymore in endless terrain. Or so it's telling me. It includes LOD mesh, which includes map generator. Does it need to include map generator? What would happen if I didn't? Can I still build? It seems to have fixed the circular dependency issue. Good. Okay. Okay. We have built. Let's see if I get the same results now. Post refactor. It would be interesting to see if this feels any faster as well, because we're doing everything in a single iteration now. A single n squared order of magnitude. Big O time complexity. Doesn't really feel faster, no. Yeah, that didn't really feel faster at all. But nothing crashed, and our noise seems to be the same. Okay, so we've successfully refactored that. Okay, now after that fucking journey, generate noise map. Okay, let's get rid of that function now that everything is working. So now I just have the generate noise value, and I can use that repeatedly. Nice. Okay, so now when I'm generating the vert height, I mean this probably should if I attach a map generator, what is this? It's an actor component. Okay, so when I do just like get the endless terrain, or the, I guess it's attached to a chunk, and I don't have a reference to the chunk, which is just the owner of this. So rather than, I was gonna say I could just have this be tightly coupled with a terrain chunk, and I wouldn't even need to pass any of those parameters in, but, you know, that's more dependencies and whatnot, so that's kind of annoying. We'll leave it like it is for now. But the generate vert height function so now I'm ready to do this. Now I'm ready for this part. So I essentially need to do another one of these. Where is it? I need this. I need that in here. And the reason I wanted to just tightly couple it with the terrain chunk was so I didn't have to pass all this additional information down here. neighbor noise vert value would go there. Yeah, and I guess all... I could just put this all in a struct and pass it. I don't know. Or just... How many params is too many params in a function? Where do you guys draw the line? In outside of game dev, I usually draw the line at 4. But inside of game dev, I've learned that that's not nearly enough. And so I could cut out this noise map value and instead just pass in everything else. Size, XY, blah blah blah. That. This is going to kind of make it hard to read in the future as well. Yeah, pass that by const ref. Writer automatically adds dependencies? Yes. And it also automatically, watch this, you ready? You see how I added a bunch of parameters here, and you normally would have to add them there. Check this out. I just keep hitting enter until it shuts up, and it added all the parameters there for me. Now all I gotta do is format. Writer is, yeah, Writer's a lot better than Visual Studio. Outside of game dev is 4 or 5. Yeah, function parameters, yeah, that's if I get to 5, I'm refactoring something, right? That's and usually I'm like, okay, 3 is the sweet spot. I haven't even started the project and it's just awesome. Oh, you're using Writer as well? Did I sell you on Writer and you got it? It does a lot. That's really nice. It does a very, very much a lot. Like, I was trying to learn C++ in Visual Studio, and after I'd kind of already learned it, I switched to Writer, and I was like, bro, oh my god, I should have fucking done this so much sooner. And actually, I shouldn't do that anymore. Change max possible height to 4. Okay, just switch that around. Yeah, Alt-Enter. Just remember that. That's the key to the magic. Okay, good god. What a horrid looking... I hate the way lambdas are written in C++. It's horrid. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the magic here is I'm generating the vert height, essentially the same, but with the neighbor chunks noise data. So that's how I'm extracting the noise height there. So for the free trial, does it charge after 1 month of using it total, or 1 month even with... I think it's 1 month from whenever you started the trial. Okay, but what do I want to do with new value? Because this should be the now blended value. So, do I want to do all of this after? And technically, I don't even need to do the initial one. Let's do it. Let's do all of it after. Because technically that blend function is going to do it for me. Alright, alright, this is kind of the moment of truth. I guess it's telling me I don't even need to reassign it. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we'll just start that there. We may need to reorder things a little bit. Alright, moment of truth. Do I need to... yeah, let's rebuild. Let's rebuild. This is a disgusting looking function, though. I could create... no. Disgusting. I mean, I guess I don't need world vert location as a function parameter either. I can refactor that as well to inside the function, because I have the x and y in there now. And the world chunk location. So we can cut down on 1. Rebuild again. How do you create a game mode asset? Like in C++? Or blueprints? In Writer, you can just like right-click anywhere in your directory structure and create like a Unreal class. It should have an option for like a specific Unreal class, and it'll let you search for a parent class, in which you would just want to type in game mode and overwrite it, or not overwrite, extend it. And then you'll just need to make sure to set your like default game mode to that. Okay, moment of truth. Okay, yeah, we've got an exception. That would have been amazing if that worked the first time. We just have a null pointer. Okay, something's null somewhere. Rider is incredibly laggy right now. I shall put a breakpoint in there. Use the trick old Dr. Elliot taught me there. Breakpoint. Okay, let's check our values here. Okay. Border splines is empty. Do I care about that? Why would there be an exception here? I suppose I might have kind of an infinite loop happening, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, okay, okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be doing it like that. I don't know what the hell was null there. But now that I'm thinking about it... Really what I want is just the noise map value. The initial noise map value. Which, wait a second, did I get rid of it? I did. Okay, so I'm a dum-dum. Okay, yeah, so I don't know what the hell I was thinking. So this is kind of a recursive function that's happening here. So yeah, generate vert height. I essentially want to generate the vert height with just a different noise. And I don't need to everything is running much smoother. Okay, after you reinstalled the engine? All I did was reinstall? Nice, okay. Yeah, sometimes shit gets fucky, I guess. Yeah, maybe having it on a different drive is better for some reason. Good to know. I'm glad it's fixed for you. That's frustrating to deal with. So do I want to generate the actual vert height? I don't think I do. I think I just want to generate noise value, not necessarily. I don't think I want to recursively call this function. I think I want to call this function. I think I want to do that. Yeah, okay. And then that's why. Yeah, that's why I don't need it, I suppose. And then that way we also don't like recursively call this generate vert height function forever. I think that's what we want. The rest of it should work itself out, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we're not crashing, which is good, but we're also not blending. So what the hell's happening? Let's take the rest of the stuff off. Ooh, do I need to do the height curve as well? Let's just take off the altitude blending and the border mountains, which I should probably just put into separate functions as well. Well, I just want to make sure that's not influencing things here. Okay. Let's take off height value as well, just to be sure. So nothing else but blending between the noise map. This is gonna look really weird without that height curve on it. Okay, yeah, it's definitely not blending at all. Okay, so what's happening? Okay. The values I have no idea how to determine if these values are right, because this is actually quite complicated. Wait, I'm not. Oh, okay, because I commented it out. Right. Okay. How do I debug this? How do I debug this? It's not blending at all, is the thing. So okay, so I guess the octave offsets and the max possible height need to be, those need to be the chunks. So I should make a function in endless terrain to like just get a chunk, right? Copy this and call it get terrain chunk. And then I can call that in here rather than passing those in. Shit, I mean, I guess if I'm doing it like that... Oh, I don't know if that's going to work either. Because there's going to be some that the chunks aren't going to be rendered. Shit. Why doesn't it like it when I do that? Stop the engine. Yeah, so the problem here, because I'm attaching these to the chunks, there's going to be chunks that aren't rendered yet. So I really just need to, up front, I need to generate all of those up front. For each chunk, generate all of it, all of the neighbor ones, even if they don't exist. Yep. Oh, that's annoying. That is so annoying. So this is going to be a T map. Of chunk coordinate to... Are there pairs? Okay, a pair of float, which is max possible height, and a T array of F vector to dizzle. And this is going to be a chunk and octave offsets. By golly, that's going to be annoying. Yeah, I think I would just need... Yeah, I think that's all I would need there. Okay. That is a disgusting function signature. I don't want to talk about it. Neighbor chunk locations and trunk cord. This is where I'll need to, for each neighbor chunk locations. Moxie. Okay, why doesn't it like this? What are you saying to me? No viable constructor? It's okay. It's okay. You get all freaked out. It's okay, sweetie. I know. I know. Those other dogs are so scary out there. Say hello. Hello. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, so I guess it's because it's a vector. Vector 2. Miss. Oh wait, you can wait, hang on. That blows my mind. I did not know you could initialize a vector 2 with a vector 3. Oh my god, that changes everything. Okay. I hope I can just initialize this like this. My noise generates octave offsets and max height. Oh, I need the seed. Oh, God. And the noise. Oh my god. Ugh. Is this even how I want to do this? God, this is gonna be so annoying to pass in all this shit. Suppose that, do I have the world map here? I do. Okay, dot world data, dot seed. Okay. I do need to pass in though. Or do I? No, I don't. I can just get the, I can use the biome component to get the biome zone. Get chunk biome, local chunk coordinate. Okay, right there, and then that's how we get the noise. Okay, it's not gonna be as annoying as I thought. Still annoying that that this needs this many. Okay, position. Local chunk coordinates times just scale, I think it was. No, num verts per chunk. And then I need the array. Okay, so then we can. I hope I can. I've never used a pair in Unreal Engine. Okay, but that works. That's great. Okay. God, what a fucking journey. Yeah, we're gonna... Neighbor chunk locations is a copy, so we just add the chunk coordinates. Or no, wait, we can't. Because it's... We'll just... Oh, this is so dirty. This feels so wrong. It's actually gonna be a vector 3 now. Excuse me. World chunk look. Okay. Yes, we are copying neighbor chunk locations. Yes. Okay, but now I should have a map of that information. So now I no longer... What am I calling it? Yeah, that. So instead, we pass it in there. Do I just create a type def for this? Because this is a nasty thing. We are reducing our number of parameters in like the ugliest fucking way possible. But I guess I need to... Do I? No, because it's not... yes, capture it. We must capture. You know what, we're just gonna... Should I just let it crash? Just call it pair or entry or something. Entry dot key val. I mean, okay, I guess it's just a key and a value. Yeah, okay. Entry dot key, entry dot value. Okay, this is not what is what. Yeah, we want to pass that by ref. Don't want to copy that. That is the most disgusting type name I think I've ever seen. Okay, so I think this is okay. I think that's okay. This is going to definitely increase the, I mean, I guess it wouldn't increase the time complexity by an order of magnitude, but it is extra work. I suppose I am doing some extra work that I don't need to be doing. Because for every chunk I'm generating its neighbors, octaves, and max heights. And I guess I could do that when the world map is being created, so that I only do it once per chunk. Because now there's a lot of overlap happening. Okay, so we've made it to some values. I have no idea how to determine if these values are right or not. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually, okay, so now, okay, this is all fucked up now. I've messed everything up. Now none of the chunks are blending together. That's a problem. That is a problem. I just want to check what the map value is. Is this? I hate that it doesn't show you the values in 444 in the writer debug thing here. Yeah, so why did that fuck everything up? Breakpoint there. Let's see what that stuff looks like. Okay, hang on. Apparently I changed something. Oh yeah, I did. Oh, and it was in a header file. Oh, I hate my life. Would the position be off? Yeah, so I honestly I wasn't expecting it to work, but I also wasn't expecting it to not blend any of the chunks together. So, because now my noise is all messed up now. Local chunk coordinates. What is world chunk loc? I can't see a thing. Alright, hang on. We're gonna take. Where is it? There we go. We're gonna put that all the way at the bottom of the file. Where's the disable optimization? We're not optimizing anything. Okay, we're going to rebuild yet again. This is just the kind of exciting content that you can expect on this channel. Okay, put our breakpoint back. Here. Play. Okay. I mean, this all looks right. We know that function works. It's just the coordinate times num square verts per chunk. Which is the same thing that I'm doing. So, why is this noise messing up? Let's look at the noise again. Everything was working fine, and then I moved some things around, and now none of my chunks line up. What happened? What in tarnation? Everything looks right in here. Okay, so just sanity check. Let me try to just get the... Let me just try to get it from the chunk. Yeah, it's incomplete, so include the definition here, and then I need max possible height. Octave offsets. So, I guess, yeah, if we don't have a chunk, I need to do something. Return 0, I suppose. Okay. Okay, fine. You picky ass, fucking picky ass bitch. Not fucking. Come on now. Come on, really? Busting my balls over here. Okay, so now yeah. Okay, so I have to be like, God, I hate that. I hate. I have to explicitly return null pointer here. Oh, some things I really hate. Like other languages don't do that. They just return the null pointer, right? Once again, this is Unreal Engine rebuilding simulator. Okay, what's wrong here? Array index out of bounds. Okay. This was working before. Okay, so my sanity check is not very sane. That I was trying to do. And I could figure out why, but it's like, do I even need to do that, or should I just... Wait. Octave offsets has 4. It says I is 0. Is X null? Why would that be null? Maybe noise data is? No. Yeah, what is null here? What is happening? I feel like because it's a lambda, Ryder doesn't know where to do a doesn't know where to go when debugging. Okay, so I'm doing something wrong somewhere. I'm calculating these max possible heights and offsets wrong somewhere. I mean, the only thing I can think about that would be wrong is I was maybe accidentally calculating the position wrong, or the coordinate wrong or something. So there was no exception happening. So I was actually calculating it for. Do you need to go outside, Moxie? Is that? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take my doggy outside real quick. She's getting all worked up, and maybe it'll give my head some time to think for a second. So BRB. Alright. Appreciate the patience. Yeah, okay, so what's going on with my noise now? So I guess what was happening before, and it was all matching up, is I was using the same octaves for everything without knowing it. So I guess a sanity check I could do then as well. I remember where I'm at in the file here. Let's just do, instead of at chunk chord. Oh, there's two chunk chords here. Yeah, maybe that's why. Because it's named chunk coordinate up here. But I guess it's not captured, so that's okay. Let's call this lambda chunk coord. I don't. This shouldn't change anything. And actually, what I wanted to do was use this. So not for the chunk biome zone, just there. So this is going to use. This is going to be doing like what I did before. And if this doesn't work, then that means the values in this map are not correct. In this map are not correct. And if this does line up, then that means there's just a weird blend. It's an issue with the blend, then I suppose at that point. What does this do? Okay, so this does line up. So, okay, so that lined up. And doing that makes them not line up. Interesting. Okay, I mean, yeah, that completely... Yeah, I guess it should only be doing this. So, hang on, what am I doing with the... Yeah, it should only be doing this. What this is telling me, it should only be doing this if it's a different chunk coordinate. That's the issue here. Yeah, because these actually, the octave offsets actually make it line up if it's the same. Okay. What are you trying to do? I will explain here in just a moment. Give me like 2 seconds before, so I don't forget my train of thoughts. Extract, noise, height, chunk max heights and octave offsets. I mean, I guess it shouldn't be. Okay, so I need to say something like if neighbor chunk coordinates. Okay, I think that's what I need to be doing. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here... Uh-oh. Hang on, this'll be fine. 91. Oh, I was doing the wrong. There. Okay, yeah, so what I'm trying to do here is, what is happening in that class is I iterate over every vert in a chunk and I derive its height value, which is that's where the noise comes from, right? It's all a noise map. Interesting. That's not quite what I was expecting either. And I'm doing some things. I'm not just like using Perlin noise on there. I'm blending the altitudes between the chunks. I'm adding borders onto the chunks. Okay, maybe that is what I was expecting. Maybe it just looks a little weird. I think it just looks a little weird. Because I don't have like the height map on it. Or the height curve, rather. And so, what we have here is I have two different sets of noise. And you can see that clearly. Because these are two different biomes. And I want to blend the noise into the other biome. And I just need a lot of like prerequisite data in order to do that, because essentially what I'm trying to do to blend is, for every vert in this chunk, I'm going to generate the noise value for that vert for this chunk and all of its neighbor chunks. Let me actually rephrase that, because that was probably pretty confusing. So, for each vert in this chunk, it was 58,000. Generates its noise value for this set of noise, for this parameterized noise. Now, for each neighbor chunk, also generate that vert's noise, but with the neighbor chunk's noise parameters, and blend between the two. Right? So, essentially, for all of these internal chunks, nothing is going to change. They should all be the same. Because their neighbor verts are rendered with the same noise parameters. So for this chunk right here, shouldn't change. But all these border chunks, same with these ones, what they should be doing is, the closer the verts in this chunk are to the edge of this biome, they should blend, the more so they should blend into the verts of this chunk based on that parameterized noise, set of noise that I have. And I'm basically using a weighted average value to calculate that. And it's the same thing I was using for my altitude. I've taken off the altitude, I've taken off the borders, I also apply a height curve to it as well. I've taken off all that, so right now we just have plain noise values, just for testing. But I do the same thing with the altitude, and it blends perfectly. And I have this function where I pass in a callback, and that callback is, it's just a function that should return whatever value I want to blend by. And so that function, that's why this lambda looks so disgusting. This is called extract noise height. And then I pass that into my blend to neighbors weighted average function. And so inside this function, for the given coordinate, and so this will be passed. This also happens to be passed the coordinate, the chunk of the vert as well. So this isn't always neighbor chunk coord. So that's why I hesitated to name it that at first. Hi, Moxie. You're basically trying to blend the two chunks together to remove the scene. Yeah, so specifically I'm trying to blend two different noises together, specifically. I don't have an issue blending chunks. Normally, it's just that when the... You just went outside, miss. What do you want? It's just when they're two different noises, now I have to figure out what those like in-between values. Can you stop, please? You have the biggest eye booger. There you go. Get that out of there. Are you wanting to sit in my lap? Is that what's happening? You're so cute. Stop it. Okay, you're gonna code with me, okay, Moxie? There you go. Put your paws on the keyboard. Okay. She just pawed at the spacebar. That's funny. Are you pressing buttons? Moxie, you being a chunk yourself, would you know how to blend between chunks? She's such a sweetie. Are you a sweetie pie? Okay, that's enough attention for you. Run along. Don't forget to add her to the credits of the game when it's done. Yeah, she hit the spacebar once. Basically 99% of it. Have you added a seamless shader between the chunks, if that makes sense? So this doesn't have anything to do with materials. So a shader wouldn't help me at all there. This is the actual physical vertices of the terrain. Yeah, and so in here, in this function where I'm extracting the noise height for a chunk coordinate, each biome zone has a set of terrain noise data. That's what you see here that I'm passing in. And before I was doing this, I didn't need to know what the neighbor noise values were, because it all kind of worked together deterministically. But now I do, because they're on different noise parameters. So I have to generate that. And if chunk biome zone is equal to, and I have equality operators in here, right? Yeah, they have GUIDs. Okay. So if chunk biome zone is equal to the neighbor chunk biome zone, let's flip the order there. Then I want to use the current chunk coordinates, max height, and octave offsets, because those already line up. But if not, use the neighbor chunk coordinates. And so this wasn't... So nothing's... It doesn't seem like anything's being blended right now. So this is what it looks like right now. And I'm not seeing anything tilt up or down, really. I think it's just noise happening. So let's restart. Now that I've flipped that coordinate. Okay, so that's actually doing a little bit. I can see now that that's doing a little bit. I can actually see these coming up a little bit. It's not doing it correctly by any means. Oh, okay, so now all those are off. Were those always off? No, the visual seams are actually just because I'm not blending the normals of the chunks together at the seams. So to like calculate the normals for each of these triangles, you take the average perpendicular direction of each vert, or you add each perpendicular direction and get the average, right, for a triangle. But when you get to the edge of a chunk, essentially what you would have to do is you'd have to generate an extra row of triangles in order to get the proper lighting for the scene. And that's why that looks like that. So that's just lighting. The verts actually line up, because like if I switch to the wireframe, you can't see anything because it blends perfectly. So just worried about these now. And I'm actually let me flip that back to now. Was that happening? Oh, it was because really what I need to do, it's not if it's a different biome, it's if it's a different terrain noise data. That's why that's happening. Yeah, and that's where I got that information. Sebastian Leg, or however you say his name. I'm just not really worried about that. It's quite it's like the code actually gets quite complicated to fix that. Conceptually, thinking about it isn't too bad. Okay, so now all those are right. But yeah, these still don't really blend. I mean, you can see it trying to turn up, because like it's all greenish here, and then it's kind of turning up along the borders. You can see it's darker around the borders. Let me actually, if I turned on the height map curve, would it glean me some better information? Yeah, and now the problem I'm having is I don't know, when it was altitudes I could kind of visually look at the different values that were being blended, because there's only one altitude value per chunk, and that's just based on how dark or light the chunk is. Like you can see at the top here, altitudes, it's 0 in the ocean, that's sea level, and then you can see as I get inland it's like 0.8, 0.6, you know, and it kind of lerps down from there. But now it's going to be a lot harder because it's noise. It's very noisy. And the height map value actually kind of made it more difficult to see the difference. World chunk location, world vert location. And the weighted average function would there be anything that I should change here? And I guess I could throw a breakpoint, some breakpoints in here and see what some of our values are when we're blending. But again, I don't know. First of all, what vert? Okay, so I'm looking at the -6,000, -6,000, which will be the top left coordinate, or the top left vert of the center chunk, the 0, 0 chunk. Okay, and I don't think it would be nice to kind of skip this whenever the noise is the same. It would be a bit more performant as well. be a bit more performant as well, but that's also kind of complicated to write. So what's the chunk? Okay, so it's a 0.23 here, and it probably should be 0.23 for each of them. The final value should probably be, yeah, so for this one, because it has the same noise as the neighbors, it doesn't change. So the chunk value 0.23533, final value 0.23533. So that just didn't do anything, and that's the correct move. Okay, so I think probably what I'll want to do here is I only want to check the values for chunks that have neighbor chunks that are different. I feel like probably let's just focus. I'll just do a breakpoint on like a manual. What chunk is this? 2, -2. Okay. To -2. Just put a line there for the breakpoints. Then we can look at some of the values. Okay, so that still got hit. I think maybe I will actually just need to keep the log there. Okay, let's try that again. Chunk chord, okay, is to -2. Okay, world vert location. Again, the top left of this chunk. And what is my chunk value? 0.14, and then what did it get changed into? 0.48. So it is changing it. And then what did my weighted values come out looking like? Yeah, there should be, the negatives are all filtered out. So we have 0.22, 0.04, and then 0.26. And so those are essentially the amounts of the other chunks. Each of those would be a different chunk, neighbor chunk, that we are accepting. And all those are added up and divided by the weight sum. .57 divided by 1.17 is apparently 0.489. Yeah, I just have no idea how to determine whether or not this is blending properly. Now, this function worked well for the altitudes. And it is based off the distance. Is there anything else I need to do to this value? Like, up in here? Because I guess the difference here between blending altitude and blending noise is there is one altitude value for the entire chunk, and each vertex gets a different altitude value. But when it's doing that blend, it's just blending between It's just blending between the center value. So I guess I need, if I'm doing that, then I guess I need to get the center noise value. No, because that implies a linear. Yeah, that implies a linear average. Which if I do, I mean it would probably be closer, I guess. And it's noise, it's random, so it's not getting the center vertex noise value of the neighbor chunk would not be what I want there. So I thought if I just got generated the as if this chunk was the other noise, and then blended based on each vert's distance, which is what this is doing. I thought that would basically get me there. What am I missing? Let's assume my blend function is correct. Or either this blend function is correct, or I just need to use a different type of blend. I think is what I kind of have to assume here. Otherwise, I'm in a whole different problem set. In drawing, unfortunately, I want to go to MS Paint, but unfortunately, that doesn't really fucking help me here. It helped a lot for the altitude problem I was doing last week. I mean, I'll try it anyway, but the problem with doing it in MS Paint is, like, I just don't know what these fucking values are. Because it's all noise. It's not a singular value. So, we're back home, boys. We're back home. Boys and girls. This is where we belong. Why we strayed away from MS Paint and into Unreal Engine, I'll never know. It's a bad decision. Let's imagine, first of all of those are the same size. They're not. Okay, so for this chunk, for each vert in this chunk, I need to, essentially what I'm doing for the weighted blend is taking the, let's say we're considering this vert. First of all, I take let's say that's the center of the chunk, so we're considering this one. I get the distance to the center of the chunk, and divide it by what my max distance is, which would be the size of a chunk. And that gets me how far away it is from the center in terms of a ratio. And that ratio would be in between 0.5 and, well, it could be a little less than 0.5. So at this circle, it would be 0.5. Whatever, because this circle is drawn by the radius of this square, right? So this number would be between basically 0.5 and a little bit less over here to 1. So the very center should be 1. And I'm calling that value the alpha. The alpha of this vert to the chunk's center. At the center is 1, at the edge would be like 0.5 or something like that. And the reason I want it to be at 0.5 is because I'm going to, that's like the weight, right? And so I want 0.5 of this chunk's value, whatever that may be, if it's altitude or noise. And then I also want to get the distance to each closest chunk. And so I filter out values that are less than 1, or less than 0 rather. So none of these matter. So it's essentially the closest 3 points. And I guess towards the center you could have some more than that, but for ones towards the edge, it would be the closest 3, because we're only checking for ones, basically. We're dividing by the chunk size, so, and when that number is over 1, we ignore it. Which means anything more than a chunk size away is not going to be considered. Is not going to be weighted into our average. And again, I get this distance, and I divide it by chunk size as well to get the alpha, as I call it, or like the weight, the running total. And I add all those up, and I divide it by the alpha totals. The value totals are divided by the alpha totals, or in other words, the weight sum. Yeah, and again, for altitude, these were, I just had a number, it was like 0.45, and this one would be like 0.46, and this would be like 0.48 maybe. And so, and I guess the reason I was doing to center was because I was treating this number as the center of the chunk. And so maybe I don't want to do that for this blend, because I'm not blending to the center value anymore. Would it matter if I'm just returning? I'm returning a different value. It's not. I'm not returning the center value anymore for my noise blend. I'm returning a dynamic value based on the X and Y locations. So, and I can't, and I shouldn't need to do something like get every single vert's value when I'm considering a single vert. Like if I'm trying to come up with this vertex's z value, its height value, I shouldn't need to like be like, oh, what's the vert next to it? What's the vert next to it? And like calculate it that way. It's all deterministic, so I should be able to. I mean, my plan was, like, let's say this chunk has a set of noise, so generate the value, and I guess that might be the issue now that I'm thinking about it. So it's actually that weighted blend function is also getting no, that should be fine. Ignore me. Ignore me. I was like, maybe it shouldn't be doing a weight based on the distance to center of its current chunk. But it should, because that's the amount of this value that we want. And this value, again, it's not just something static anymore. It's variable, and I'm returning it variably as well. With the generate, noise value function. Which I know works. And so let me undo some of this here. So let's instead consider the point here exactly on the halfway point. From here to here should essentially, that would only be taking into account one other chunk. It should be taking into account half of this chunk's value and also half of that chunk's value. And this chunk's value is at this point, but rendered with this chunk's noise parameters. And so if I take half of each of those values and add them together, or in other words, getting the average, it should line up, if I'm not mistaken. And obviously I am, in some way. Oh, I'm also doing chunk biome zone in both of these places. Wait, is this where I got it wrong? Hang on. Once again, my code is possibly the issue, and not necessarily the conceptual level. Really glad I thought all through that, just for my code to maybe be wrong. We'll see here. Okay, just want to make sure I got the live coding for that, because I felt weird. Okay. Was I just using the wrong noise data in Blender? Doggies! What's going on, guys? Mister, you were barking too. You never bark, buddy. Come here. Was someone outside? What? Okay, yeah, so this, it's still not right. Okay. Moxie. Alright, making sure someone's not, like, breaking into my house right now. I had high hopes for that. That's kind of sad. That's kind of close right there, right? Let me just look at this code a little bit more and make sure if I have it correct. If the noise datas are the same, just do it normally. If they are not the same, man, I had high hopes for that. It's like it's not blending enough, it seems. Let me play that again and take a look. Hello, please. Play, please. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell on, like, the corner one here. You can definitely tell that one's trying to blend. And I mean, I guess you can tell... It should still be lining up on this corner. I thought it was. Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, they're different LODs, and that's a known issue. Let me look at something over here. Okay, yeah, that still lines up with its sister chunks, I'll call them. Specifically in the, like, in this quadrant, it should all be lined up. And maybe even on these two sides they should be. I mean, yeah, you can kind of see where it starts to peel upwards a little bit. It's like trying to blend, but it's not like fully there. Yeah, it's not doing enough of a blend. I have a solid trust in my blend function now. I mean, what else? I'm really looking at this code trying to figure out what I need to do here. Or what needs to be different to blend these things together properly. And so what if I did chunk coord there? I mean, do I need to use the same chunk coordinate? Maybe I do. And just use a different neighbor chunk? Yeah, I think that's probably correct. Whether or not it blends them perfectly is a different question. This feels more right. This feels more righter. Does it solve the problem though? No, it doesn't at all, actually. So the octave offset. Let me check again how those are calculated. Oh, because I generate this with a particular noise as well. Okay. These values are throwing me. I mean, it's I think it's the answer is with these octave offsets and max height. When I do this, I essentially need to so I'm not generating these. I'm generating these with the chunk's own noise data, not the noise data of the opposite chunk. I think that's where I'm going wrong. So I need to do this. Local chunk coord. Let's just chunk coordinate now. Okay, so I have the current chunks, max height and octave offsets. That I will return. Good God, I hate this. I hate how much I have to do here. Okay, so then I use that. Is that just what I'm doing wrong? I mean, now this wouldn't do anything differently, right? What would this do? This, I need the current chunks, max height and octave offsets for the neighbor chunk coordinate. So I have to do this for each neighbor chunk coordinate. Yeah, I mean this is gonna get quite expensive if I do it needlessly. If I do it needlessly. And so rather than doing it for the current biome zone, we do it for the neighbor chunk biome zone. And if chunk biome zone north, if it's equal, yeah, that's actually probably won't matter anymore. The values in this map should already be generated based on the chunk coord that they're in. And what happens here? I don't think this will work, but it's maybe closer. Maybe this is closer. I don't know, it seems the same. Now instead of a chunk coord, do neighbor chunk coordinate there? That seems like it actually might be a little bit closer. But you know what? Whenever I'm generating this list, I'm generating it with the local chunk coordinate, and I shouldn't be, because what I should be getting is the current chunk coordinates version of the neighbor biome zone's noise data. So I think what I need to do Let's do that. Well, that. Yeah, but the position should be the same. The noise should just be different. Wait a second. Wait a second. There we go. There we go. Now that's right. Oh, my kingdom for this to work. Am I closer? And it looks to be about the same. So what's interesting is now these are lined up. But they are still, you can tell it's still trying to blend that direction. So I think we actually got closer. I think we got closer with that. Well, those aren't lined up because LOD difference, right? That's why I'm not looking at that. Those corners are bad corners to test with. Yeah, those look so... Yeah, yeah. We're getting closer. It's something to do with this. Yeah, and I guess I don't want the... I don't want the current chunk's coordinate in this map. I'll do that in this case. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I feel like that should have worked. I feel like the answer is staring at me right now. Okay, so if the current chunk biome zone has the same noise data as the neighbor, we don't really need to do anything because this is going to be the same as it always was. And we're passing in chunk max height and chunk octave offsets generated with at the current chunk coordinate. That's important. Not the neighbor chunk coordinate. And we're using the local chunk coordinate there. But we're using the, let's call this neighbor biome zone. But we're using the neighbor's noise data. And yeah, so if they're the same noise data, I'm just going to use the chunk octave offsets that were given from this function, which was the current chunk with basically the same noise. Let's be determined that they're the same. Now, What if I just did that? What if I just did that? Because that's essentially what I'm doing for each one anyway. This is going to be the same thing, right? Seems like the same thing. God, it seems like we're so close. Yeah, so position would be the only thing that makes it different per... And actually, if I got this to work, I wouldn't even need position at all, because I would just constantly be blending between chunks. But that adds into the out octave offsets, and then we return max possible height at the very end. Just out of curiosity, if I didn't normalize the height, what would happen? Would we be closer to blending them correctly or farther away? Okay, it's kind of hard to see the borders. It's very hard to tell without a normalized height. Yeah, that is very hard to tell what the fuck is going on without that. So the value I'm getting is... The value that I'm wanting to get is the current vertex's location, but as if it was generated with the other chunk's noise. And so that's why I use the current chunk coordinates position and I just use the neighbor chunk biomes noise data. If I just do that, is this the answer? Does this blend my chunks? Okay, mental note. Okay, we have two different noises here. Mental note. This is about how far off these two different noises are. We're very close. We're gonna come back to that corner. Is this it? Oh god, how I hope this is fucking it, because I have no other ideas. I'm out of ideas. Oh, fuck, it's not right. God, we're like so fucking... Was that... So... Is this closer or farther away? Or does it matter? Okay, so... Again, I gotta fucking mentally walk through this so many times. The value I want to get is the current... let me look at the verts here. Let me look at the verts. So for each vert in each chunk, I want to get its value, not only with the current chunk noise, that it's the chunk that it's in noise, but also that vert's height value as if it was rendered with the neighbor chunk noise. Those are the values I want, and then I want to do a weighted average based on the distance. I have the weighted average value function working from a previous blend that I was doing, so I'm quite confident in that. And so I take, I have to generate the octave offsets and max height prior to getting the noise value, because those are required to render the noise value. What is size used for? Half width? Okay. For each neighbor chunk coordinate, get the neighbor chunk biome, generate octave offsets and max height for the current chunk coordinate with the neighbor chunk biome's noise data, and then generate a noise value with that chunk max height and the octave offsets. I don't think this is right, but let's see what happens. Oh, even worse. Yeah, see, now all my chunks are off. Yeah, that's not the move. That's definitely not the move. Now, let's, now this didn't look any different from what I had, because it's like the same thing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I don't want to generate the neighbor chunks max heights and octave offsets, which is what I was doing. Now I'm doing the local chunk coordinate, which is the world chunk coordinate, which yeah, that's the right thing there, but then we need the neighbor biome zone. Okay, so I guess, okay, I think I have it. I think I have it. Now I'm doing an else here. Normally I don't do elses. Yeah, oh god, I had it in my head. What was I gonna do? Okay. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh, don't leave my head, please. Okay, so what I want to do is I need to do not this kind of a check, but I need to do something like if neighbor chunk coordinate equals chunk chord. This is the secret here, because this lambda is called not only with the neighbor chunk coordinates, but it's also called with the current chunk coordinate. And I just need the normal noise values there. But I mean, that's the same thing as what this is doing, though, right? I'm already accounting for that, aren't I? Fuck. I think I am, at least. This is the same as this, because they would be the same noise. If they're the same noise, it's not going to make a difference because I'm rendering them with the same noise. Okay, so that's a fucking bust. Yeah, and I mean, this is like the same thing that I have. This isn't going to help me at all. That's not going to help me at all, is it? This is going to be exactly what I have had the entire time. Yeah. God, I feel like we're so... I mean, maybe we've got the octave offsets and max height figured out. Maybe that's not the answer anymore. God, look how... It wants to be so close. I don't... Does anyone know why the fuck the live coding things never go away? Does that happen for anyone else? It's getting very... They're all the way... I have a screen above here too, and they're all the way up on that screen as well. They're quite annoying. So let's try... Let's try this. Let's see what happens. I don't think... I'm just shooting in the dark now. Come on. Come on, shot in the dark. Oh, still no. Still no. Yeah, and I don't know... Does that even look closer? I can't tell if this is more correct or not. So what did I change there? So I changed to... I'm generating the offsets and max heights of the neighbor chunk coordinate. Should I be doing this? Rather than generating the current chunks at the noise of the neighbor chunks, generate the neighbor chunks at the noise of the current chunk? That looks farther off. That looks farther off. Does that make a difference? Does that make a difference? Now, let me think about that. Am I just doing it backwards, kinda? MS Paint, save me! No, I don't... Something is telling me that that wouldn't make a difference. Generate the... But, I mean, if I generated the neighbor chunks with the current chunks, noise data, noise parameters... What is it? What is it? That doesn't do anything for me. I don't think. So all I'm trying to do... I mean, conceptually to me, what I was doing before makes sense. Did I run my coding here? I think this is so far the closest I've got. So close. Now I do have little seams here, and do the seams go away when I do this, if I'm not mistaken? And are they also, is it also about the same distance away? Yeah, the seams do go away. So that is, whatever I'm doing there is slightly different. Okay, I gotta potty real quick. BRB 30 seconds. Okay, I always click run 30-second ad, and it's never, like, I have another computer with my stream on, and the ad never shows up. Does an ad play when I do that? Not that it makes it that big of a difference. What do? God, we were so fucking close. What do? What do about this? What other ideas do I have? God, we are so fucking close. It's trying to blend. It's very much trying to. Okay, so looking back at my blend function, you never see ads on Twitch? Man, you're lucky. Does Malwarebytes? Do you pay for Malwarebytes? I mean, you don't have like the Twitch Premium or whatever, right? I mean, I just have a Chrome ad blocker and I still see ads on Twitch all the time. I mean, you don't get, Alexandra, I know you don't get ads on my channel, because you should be subbed, if I'm not mistaken, but... You know, I have a different account over here. Just like a throwaway account, watching my stream. I never see the ads pop up on there, so... Again, not that it really makes a difference, but, might as well if I'm gonna take a potty break, right? Yeah, so let me think back through this blend function. This weighted average blend. I'm doing chunk size. What if I just divided that? I'm just going to change something up and see what happens. So let's actually make the distance shorter. Blend size divided by 2. Skip. You never see them on other people's streams either. Huh. Maybe you're in some sort of, So now I've just got holes. Yeah, okay, that didn't help at all. I don't know why. I'm just trying a rant. This is how you know I'm out of ideas here. And if I take these out, I mean, this is what I was doing initially, right? Where I took the max height and octaves out and just used the current chunk value for those. It wasn't right. This definitely shouldn't be. This should be that. But I'm pretty sure I've tried this before. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've tried this before, so this won't be right either. Come on, dude, I so hope this is... No, it's not. I can already see it. I can already see it. Why does it feel more off, though? I'm getting the... I'm getting the noise value at the current chunk noise data, but with potentially octave offsets and max heights derived from neighbor noise data? Why does that seem closer? That doesn't even... Conceptually, that does not seem right. But the noise looks closer to each other. And this won't do any... That won't even blend at all, if I do that. And if I flip it to that, does that help at all? It's just kind of doing its opposite. Is it because I'm doing the 1 minus? Do I need to flip the 1 minus? No, I shouldn't have to. Because the distance would still be... The distance would be the same as when I was doing the altitude blends. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's all off. That's all off. But if I did this... This is taking a long time to start. Yeah, I mean, it's just all off if I do that. If I use the neighbor. Neighbor chunk. I'm just trying every goddamn combination here. And I can't help but think that maybe it's not something to do with the octaves and whatnot. It's so funny, I'm in some sort of engine file that's talking about chunks. So what's this game you're working on? So I guess just specifically the part I'm working on now is just some procedural terrain stuff, but the game overall, I'm wanting it to be a combination of a few different genres that I really like that I've never really seen combined together. The procedural terrain isn't necessarily a part of any of that. It's just I'm a software engineer, programmer by career, so I'm no level designer, I'm no artist, so I'm just trying to play to my strengths as a coder in doing so. But the game is going to be what I'm picturing is a combination between an RPG, a colony sim, and a roguelike. And my example games for those are World of Warcraft would be the RPG that I would model this after, and then RimWorld would be the colony sim that I'm modeling it after, and Hades would be the roguelike. Yeah, this seems even more off. But yeah, most of my work so far has not been on that front of things. Most of it has been on the procedural terrain. Okay, so it's just using the octave offsets. And we generate those, generates octave offsets, position, yeah, we just use the position. Is it the way I'm using this pseudo-random number generator? Because before I defined this outside the entire function. Would this make a difference at all? Highly doubts. And I'm not even using the right setup anyway, so this won't matter. Interested to see what it outputs regardless, though. Yeah, that's all wrong. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, that should be correct. Okay, it didn't like that at all. It doesn't like that. Okay, so that's not. It does that a little differently before. So I was just trying to see if the determinism was off. But I mean, it doesn't show that when it's blending between, or when it's not blending, rather. So. If the noises are the same, I mean, there's no difference there. So let's go and make... Let's change this back to... Oh no, this is using the local neighbor chunk. Okay. Yeah, okay. And so... What if I did this instead? And then changed to do that. Hi, Moxie. Hello. You coming to say hello? You gonna come up? Hi. Yeah, still nothing, and it seems to be worse. When in doubt, just guess and check, I suppose. At least that's my mindset right now. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like the same thing but opposite, so... Can you help me, Moxie? So, again, conceptually, I'm trying to blend between the height value for a given vertex, rendered per the neighbor chunk's noise. I guess let me take a step back and make sure that that is conceptually the right answer here. I mean, and if that's not, I don't know what would be. Because I'm just essentially, as I'm going this direction, I'm trying to blend, you know, whatever vertex I'm on towards itself if it were rendered with this chunk's noise. But I am doing a weighted average blend between the nearby chunks. And what I get is something that doesn't, it's not fully blended. It like starts to blend, but then it can't. Is that the right way to do this? If I take the vertex, so this vertex, let's just pick the simple, undo all that. Can't undo anymore. We'll fix that. Get rid of that. So, I have this chunk center and this chunk center. Let's say I'm considering this point. Moxie, please stop. This point should be half of each of these. And I guess maybe, let me throw a breakpoint down here. Let's say if, I can probably write something pretty quickly. Where's my world chunk, my world vert location? If world vert location dot x equals, world chunk location minus world chunk location dot x divided by 2. Is that the middle? Is that the middle point? If the vert is equal to it should just be half of world chunk. Or no, yeah, it should be minus half of the size, or it should be minus half the size, not the. Where's my chunk size? Be minus half of that. And the same for Y. Come on, Copilot. There we go. Okay. So let's breakpoint that. And we will manually check our values. Okay, let's see if I first of all even got that right. World vert loc. -6,000, -6,000. Chunk coordinates 0, 0. Okay, that's not right. Chunk size divided by 2 is 6,000. It should be world chunk location 0. But no, it should be half. Wait a second, I'm so fucking dumb right now. The X is right, and Y should equal 0. It should equal just the world chunk look dot line. That should give me, because that gave me the corner. The corner. It's almost time for me to get off. Oh, I was so hoping that I could finish this tonight. I feel like I'm so close to. World chunk location is 12,000, negative 12,000. X is 6,000. Yeah, so this is right on the edge. So what is my, what are my weights? They should pretty much all be negative except for 1, which is 0.11. And what is my vert alpha? It is 0.5. That is what I would expect it to be. Point is also point. What is chunk value? It's 0.22 here. 0.1106, 0.11. So these are the same. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Copy, undo all this till I get back to that one chunk location that I know is different. There we go. Okay. Yeah, because I was just checking 2 chunks with the same noise there. So now let's check 2 chunks with different noise. And I forgot to put the breakpoint there. Dum 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 dum. Okay, so chunk coordinate is 2, negative 2. Vert location 1800, negative 2400. Yeah, that seems right. And so that would be like, I'm on the right hand side of this chunk. At the same Y. Amount of chunk value. Vert alpha 0.5, chunk value 0.17. And for my weights, yeah, all are negative except for 1, which is 0.08. And so, yeah, those blended equal 0.175. Is that... I don't know why that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like... So the weighted value... And what's the weight sum? The weight sum is 1. The neighbor chunk value times alpha was 1. I mean, I guess with all the... It was all of them, so some of them were like negative and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, the neighbor value, which is this one right here, doesn't seem like that's right. It doesn't seem like that's right. I don't know what else I would do here, though. I mean, I still feel like conceptually I have the right idea, which is blend between this position's value with the current noise and with the neighbor noise. Yeah, I feel like maybe the offsets are throwing things off somehow. Hi, Moxie. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I could be doing to... I mean, I've tried everything I could come up with here. I know, you just want to help so bad, I know. Yeah, I mean, that position definitely needs to be the same. What? You want all the attention in the world, don't you? And, well, it looks like it's time for me to go. So, let's find someone to raid real quick. Let's see who's on. Moxie wants me to get off quite bad. Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it, just like the other ones. Just like the... Moxie, if you could be quiet, that would be great. I don't know, is anyone on? I gotta check here. Is anyone on that we know? Moxie, you are too much right now. I don't know what your deal is. We'll do Team Dash. Yeah, but anyways, thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Yeah, we'll get it next time. We'll get it sometime. Just need some more brain power behind it, and walking away from the problem will probably help. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you again next time. Later.
For your last year or whatever you had. Hey, my drone, how's it going? Page 1 unexpired. Okay, well, there you go. You get an entire year then. Badass. The early access one, yeah. Yeah, it came through. You got the whole thing for a year. And you know what? Did you know that you can win a giveaway